Good morning.
Good
Just
morning.
a reminder, please keep your microphone muted when you are not speaking, so to avoid background noise. And we will start the meeting just in a second. It's already 12, so I think we can already start while the rest of the participants keep joining. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to this second annual meeting of the International Network on Soil Pollution. We have a very busy agenda ahead of us for the next 3 days with very interesting presentations. So I encourage you to attend the 3 days and follow all the discussions and contribute to the progress of this network. I'm Natalia Rodriguez Eugenio. I always forget to introduce myself. I'm a Land and Water Officer and part of the Global Soil Partnership Secretariat. I'm very proud to see this network working and advancing and progressing the work plan, because I was here when we started in 2017 working on soil pollution. There was nothing at all either in the Global Soil Partnership, but not even in FAO tackling soil pollution. So I think we have made important progress since then. Including the publication of a global assessment, but also advancing now activities on the ground. You will hear during these 3 days some examples of what we are doing on the ground, supporting farmers to reduce the risk of soil pollution. So without further ado, let me see if our director is already with us, so I can pass the floor to him for opening remarks. Give me a second.
Yes, and good afternoon, everyone. I see we're still growing in the numbers, and I see the chat is getting active. Many participants joining us: China, US, Austria, Ghana, Libya here, Cameroon, Portugal, Morocco, Namibia, India. Welcome, everyone. Turkey. I think it's going to be a very international 3 days meeting. Very exciting.
Just remember that you have 2 options. You have the chat and the Q&A box. So I recommend that you use the chat for interacting with the other participants, but keep the questions regarding the presentations on the Q&A chat, so it's easier for the moderator to identify them. And while we wait for the director to join, he's in another meeting and he will join in a second. Maybe, Ravi, if you are there, you can also say.
Already.
Sorry, Mr. Lee, I haven't seen you.
Late.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining. And it's a great pleasure to introduce the director of the Land and Water Division at FAO, and it's my pleasure to give you the floor for the opening remarks.
Thank you, Natalia. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. And Professor Ravina Tu, the chair of INSOP, also Professor Hoda Yi, the vice chair, dear colleagues and member of the INSOP. And it is a great pleasure to see many of you again on the screen. And I'm very delighted to share a few remarks to kick off today's INSOP annual meeting, and also speak to about the matter of a growing global urgency, soil pollution. 2 years ago, in April 2022, the Global Soil Partnership, hosted by the Division, Land Water Division, launched the International Network on Soil Pollution, INSOP, with a clear vision to stop soil pollution and help to achieve the global sustainable development goals. Since then, the network has grown rapidly from 6 members to over 1,100 members now, representing or coming from 123 countries worldwide. This is significant growth, really reflects our united dedication and commitment to addressing a critical and also frequently overlooked danger to our environment. Soils play an essential role in One Health approach, acknowledging the interdependence of the health of the people, animal, plant, water, land, soil, and the environment. Polluted soils jeopardize crop yield and food quality, contributing to food insecurity and directly endanger our health. The impacts are far-reaching, compromising our effort to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. Without properly addressing soil pollution, we cannot hope to achieve the SDGs by 2030, such as the SDG 1 on poverty, SDG 2 on hunger, SDG 3 on good health and well-being, 6 on water and sanitation, 7 on affordable clean energy, as well as the others. Clean and healthy soils are fundamental to reduce the poverty, ensure food security, and provide clean water, and maintain the biodiversity necessary for a sustainable future. INSOP is dedicated to improve the knowledge of the full cycle of soil pollution. The network focuses not only on the understanding of the impacts of contaminants on our ecosystems and health, but also on developing the solutions to enhance soil health. To achieve the goal, INSOP is really focused on the strengthening of technical capacities and enhancing logistic frameworks, ensuring that every country has the tools, knowledge, and expertise necessary to prevent, manage, or mitigate soil pollution. The network has become a vibrant platform for sharing experience and innovative technologies, empowering countries to manage and remediate polluted soil sustainably. In just 2.5 years, INSOP has organized 26 impactful workshops, seminars, and technical meetings, creating spaces for hands-on learning and collaboration. This dynamic flow of information is crucial as we collectively work towards a more sustainable and resilient future, leaving no one behind. In the next 3 days, you have a full agenda and you have the opportunity to learn from each other, share the best practice, share your insights, and to strengthen our international collaboration to address the challenge of soil pollution. Together, through the INSOP network and the engagement of all of you, government, private sector, NGOs, farmers, and intergovernmental organizations like FAO, I'm very confident that we will move much faster to a world where zero pollution and healthy soils are not just ambition, but also a reality. Last but not least, let me take this opportunity to thank each of you for your commitment, for your dedication, and for your contributions to the successful INSOP in the coming years. Thank you. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for these welcoming words. And without further ado, I will pass the floor to Professor Ravi Naidu, the chair of the International Network on Soil Pollution, for starting today's meeting with the first agenda item on analyzing and reviewing all the work done by the network during 2023-2025. Professor Naidu, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Natalia, Director Li Feng, Natalia, Sajas, and the delegates who have joined us today. That was a really great introduction from Director Li Feng. He captured soil pollution, the impact of soil pollution, not just to biodiversity, to water, to human health, and the implications of that to humanity. And it is incredible that it was 2017 when this was first discussed, accepted that this is a great challenge for humanity, and that in 2022, the network was launched. Credit to FAO and the Global Soil Partnership to see the need for this network and for launching the network in 2022. Director Lee has already taken us through the Sustainable Development Goals. It's clear from what we've heard thus far, and also what's published, that soil pollution hurts One Health, and in turn, it has implications to our ability to deliver Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. And as you'll see from this PowerPoint that we have, there are a number of Sustainable Development Goals that can be adversely impacted by the presence of pollutants in soil, not just water because soil is the first filter of water, but also soil food productivity, which in turn has implications to human health as well. So I'm not going to spend too much time trying to justify why INSOP, because Director Lee did a fantastic introduction which captures that. But for us to consider the objectives of INSOP when it was first launched, as Dr. Lee mentioned, in April 2022, this network is about bringing together global interaction amongst scientists, including academics, practitioners, and also experts within government departments to help us enhance the knowledge about soil pollution, and also our ability to promote and exchange practices. And particularly here we are thinking about not just the developed countries, but developing countries as well. And this links, there's some countries we do have links between academics and government officials and also industry, but there are many where we don't. The task of INSOP is to see how we can help connect these different sectors, and in doing so, be able to recognize what the challenges are from policy perspectives, technology perspectives, and indeed from capacity perspective as well. So INSOP supports and facilitates those joint efforts as well. And ultimately, as we all know, One Health at one stage was all about medical vet scientists and viruses, for example, and FAO has been instrumental in ensuring the link to soil ecosystem health as well. Oops. The structure that we have within INSOP governance structure, we have myself as chair, and Dai Hao, who is a professor with Tsinghua University, as the deputy vice chair, and a great coordinator in Sajas, who is very active, and he's the one who is doing most of the work. And we're quite happy to have him with us. Helen Carasali, a professor, focusing on assessment. Dr. Claudia Lima de Silva, focusing on monitoring working group. Scott Warner brings a lot of experience, a practitioner, and Professor Frank Wang from Chinese Academy of Science, focusing on remediation working group, and David O'Connor, who focuses on food safety. Here it's about soil quality linked to crop quality as well. They're all, I can see that they're all present today, and I'd be happy for you to exchange via chat if you wish to discuss any of these working groups. As Director Li Feng has mentioned, INSOP has grown rapidly from 6 members in 2022 to now 1,100 members, and it is growing. As you can see, that's a fairly positive trend taking us and moving us forward, and I'm pretty certain we'll have more. And those of you who have joined us today who are not a member of INSOP, please get your camera. Here's a QR code, and if you click, you join us as well. So I'll give you a moment to see whether you can use your camera, and click onto that, and you'll join INSOP. Thank you very much for that. Now, if you look at the different countries, for example, you can see quite a good distribution here. Clearly, Asia, it's probably more than 50% of world population. 35% of people, members are from Asia. Europe, many people there, and 25% are from there. And then you can see that there are other countries as well. Clearly, we need to see what more we can do to enhance membership of INSOP from these different countries. And more importantly to me, when you look at gender, we have 39% members are females and 61% are males. And we do need to see how we can further enhance women membership such that we have just about equal number of males and females. And here we can see the expertise that we have from members. Research and academia, quite a large as expected. Government is 18%, which is second. And we have advisory consultancy, 5%. Now, amongst all of these, I do want to see how we can enhance, as a practitioners, advisory consultancies, because they're the ones who are out there converting science that we come up with into solutions, which they then use to see how they can assess, monitor, characterize risks, and remediate potentially contaminated sites. And only today, when I was reading, I noted a UN statement that 90% of airborne soils are potentially contaminated. That's quite high, I think, and therefore these practitioners will be playing a fairly significant role there as well. And our task is to see how we can enhance practitioners, and that will help us quite a lot as well. Now, what are the priorities for 2023-2025? The working group assessment of soil pollution. You would see that there are two fact sheets that we're working on. One is the development of harmonized methods, including standard operating procedures to identify and measure soil pollution. I don't expect you to read the small fonts there, but that's something that we have been working on. And the other one is creating a global database on soil pollutant threshold values in agricultural soils and other land uses. This is quite a challenge because developed countries do have these. There's some developing countries who have some threshold values, but when you look at the numbers, they can be quite different in different countries. The challenge for us is to see how we can bring that all together such that we have a FAO database on pollutant threshold values in these different land use sectors as well. Monitoring of soil pollution. Here we are looking at advocating a better understanding of national legal instruments on the prevention, monitoring, and remediation of soil pollution. That fact sheet is something that we are working on. And the working group remediation has been working on a remediation action plan, which can then help us focus on which approach we might use for the management or remediation of potentially polluted soils. So that one is also available now. The working group on food safety. Here we have two priorities. One is the promotion of soil pollution to be included in the One Health approach, which FAO has been working pretty hard on, and I'm pretty certain that the fact sheet that we have and also presentations, linkages would help us achieve that. And the second one is food safety and soil pollution. And I remember working on this in 1999 to the year 2000, where we said crop quality and soil contamination. And it's really great to see this is being advanced now, because now is when people are recognizing that most of our farm soils do have a dose of pollutants, and these pollutants do not sit in the soil, they bioaccumulate in crops as well. And therefore this working group, or the work that it's doing, would basically help us ensure food safety as well. And indeed, I missed here, and also it's about minimizing measures in the Global Soil Doctors Program, which is quite an active program within Global Soil Partnership, and INSOP works with this program as well. So priorities that we have: phosphate fertilizers, standard operating procedures for heavy metal determination, collaboration in sulfur, trace elements, and here we are looking at prevention and mitigation of pollution through Soil Doctors Program and working closely with Common Forum Aragon. Pesticides, Glossolan is determining pesticide residues through standard operating procedure developments, and INSOP is contributing towards this. Of late, we've been working on microplastics as well, and this is now seen as a major emerging contaminant. Many challenges associated with this, including analytical method, and INSOP is working with IAEA on this initiative as well. And then there are conventional contaminants largely linked to military activities. And here, the INSOP is working with closer, and particularly from assessment perspective as well. So that's where I'll pause. And I'm going to invite now Sajas to take us through the program for the rest of the day. Sajas, can I invite you to do that, and I'll keep the screen for you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all colleagues. I see we're still growing. We're more than 145 members here joining. Thank you very much, Professor Ravi, Dr. Lifeng Li, for the opening remarks. Natalia, welcome everyone. I will take the floor now of the moderation. Together with Natalia, we're going to swap the roles. But this is the quick agenda. So because this is a 3 days meeting, in the next 3 hours or 2.5, we're going to work on the all activities that have been working over the last year or so. You're going to hear 4 presentations today from each working group that Ravi and I just presented, and the progress that we've been doing for each working group. After each presentation, we're going to have 10 minutes of 15 minutes presentation, apologies, followed by 10 minutes questions and answers in case you have any of them. So please feel free to raise your hand or post your question in the chat box. After the all presentations, our Vice Chair, Dae Ho, will take the floor to summarize today and give us the flavor of what's going to happen tomorrow. So without further ado, let's go to the first presenter, the leader and the coordinator of the assessment working group, Eleni Karasali, who is joining us today from Greece. And she's going to guide us on the progress that we've been doing in developing the standard operating procedure for measuring pesticide residue in the soil. Eleni, good afternoon.
Yes, good morning to everyone.
Ravi, would you be able to stop sharing your screen? Yep, thank you very much. And Eleni, please feel free to share your screen.
Is this okay? You can see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Oi.
I can share my screen.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
There's the time, and then whenever you're ready, just tell me next slide, and I will pass the slide to the next one.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to put in the mode, presentation mode.
Okay.
Let me know if you can see it in full screen.
Yes, I can see the full screen. Thank you.
Can you go ahead?
Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to everybody. It's my pleasure to present in this meeting the work that has been done in the assessment working group. And I will present all this progress. My name is Eleni Karasali. I am from Greece, from Benaki Phytopathological Institute, and I will specifically present the standard operating procedures for measuring pesticide residues in soil. Please, the next one. As already said by Professor Ravi, the assessment working group has 2 priorities. The one is the preparation of an SOP, standard operating procedures, for identifying and measuring soil pollutants. And the other one is the creation of a global database on soil pollutant threshold values in agricultural soils and other land uses. I will present how we worked in this within this assessment working group. First of all, on 26th of November 2023, there was a working group meeting. 352 members had been registered from 78 countries. And in this working group meeting, it was discussed and agreed the priorities and activities of the working group. The first priority, it was decided that the first priority it was to develop standard operating procedure on how to identify and quantify pesticide residues in soil. As regards this working group, another technical meeting held in May 2024, and in this technical meeting, 21 experts were interested in participating in writing in the development of this standard operating procedure. 3 lead experts, authors, have been selected, and 11 contributing authors for reviewing and editing the SOP has been chosen. The next one, please. I will introduce my colleagues. We work together for the development of this SOP. The one is Nipuni Welvitia. She is from Australia. She's an expert on pesticide residues analysis in soil. And also Adelia Valeria from Portugal, who is also expert in the same field of expertise. We worked together. We had a very good collaboration, and I would like to thank both of them very much. I will present you briefly the way we worked in the development of this SOP. The first thing was to collect information about the determination and the detection of pesticide residues from all regions, which means in order to collect this information, a template had been prepared, and this in order to have information on the extraction methods, the detection methods, the limit of detection and quantification, and many other information from the different laboratories. We received laboratories from Europe, Asia, America, and Australia responded to this request, and we received, please, the next one. And we receive information from 23 laboratories representing all regions. We receive information from Brazil, Russia, Australia, China, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, Ireland, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Portugal, Austria, Spain, Kazakhstan, USA, Greece, Belgium, UK, Germany, Thailand, and Colombia. We thank very much this laboratory for this information, because without their contribution, it could be not possible to develop the SOP. As regards the second priority, the global soil threshold values, INSOP, in collaboration with Common Forum Network and Aragon, held a meeting in October 2023 on the compilation of global soil threshold values. In this meeting, 511 members had been registered from 105 countries. I would like to inform you that in 2025, a series of webinars focused on soil pollution threshold values will be initiated together with the development of a global report on these threshold values. I don't like to be into details in the SOP that had been developed. And I would like briefly to present what is included in this SOP. First of all, it was prepared a paragraph, an introduction, including information about pesticides. With this SOP, currently used pesticides and also highly hazardous pesticide can be determined, analyzed, and there is also a paragraph about the scope and field of application, and then the principle. Based on the information received about the method of extraction for the determination of pesticide residues in soil from the 23 laboratories, it was decided to focus on two main methods for extraction. The one is the solid liquid extraction method and the Ketcher's method. Okay. In this SOP, information about the apparatus that are necessary to be used for the determination of pesticide residues in soil are provided, starting from apparatus like a balance used for weighting, also the glasswares and all appropriate apparatus that are necessary to be used. Informations about materials are provided, and when we say about materials, it means the chemicals that are used for the extraction of pesticide residues with both methods, and also the solvents that are used for extraction and also for the preparation of the elution system for the techniques that will be used. Health and safety measures are provided, and also the waste disposal of this procedure. Then the sample preparation with both methods, solid liquid extraction and Ketcher's method, a clear description is provided, and later on we provide information about the techniques that are used. Based on the response of the laboratories, of the 23 laboratories, it was decided to provide information about two specific techniques, which are LCMS-MS and GCMS-MS technique, and also for HPLC with UV or diode array detector for laboratories in which the two specific techniques, LCMS-MS and GCMS-MS, are not available. Then there is a paragraph about the calculation. We provide detailed information from the results received from the instrument till the final results. And also we provide information about quality assurance and quality control measure. This is very important in order to be sure that we provide accurate results and we have no false positive or false negative detections. Also, reference have been included for further use by the laboratories. Finally, at the end of this SOP, there is a list of pesticides that can be determined with these techniques. In this list of pesticides, a lot of information have been included, such as the CAS number, the chemical name, the chemical class of the pesticide, the use in the field, and in this list, it have been included currently used pesticides and also, as said before, highly hazardous pesticides, which are the organochlorine pesticides and organophosphate pesticides that have been banned since many years ago, however, still detected in soil of different regions. As you can see, there is a quite long number of chemical classes of pesticides that can be determined by the different labs. Hopefully, this SOP will be adopted by different laboratories and can be used, as this could be the only available harmonized procedure for the determination of pesticide residues in soil. Thank you for your attention, comments, and questions are more than welcome.
Great. Thank you very much, Eleni. We're on time, so thank you for your presentation. Just to add a little bit that, yes, this presentation covered mostly on SOPs because we have, as Eleni and Professor Ravi said, that we have another activity on threshold values, but we will cover this in separate meetings. As Eleni presented, we will have workshops starting from next year where different countries will be given opportunities to share what kind of threshold values at the national level they have and how they developed. But today we would like to present more about the SOP that we've been working on with many members and many laboratories around the world for the last year. The second draft version of that document has been ready. So we hope to, first of all, review this internally with the co-authors and lead authors of that SOP. There's about 20 of them, followed by external review by various laboratories and members who are interested in contributing. As you have seen in Eleni presentation, Africa was question mark because we didn't receive any information about African laboratories and how they analyze pesticides. So if some members or participants of this meeting are aware of some laboratories who analyze pesticides in Africa, please speak to us, and we would like to understand and collect that information as well to include various laboratories in Africa, so it will be indeed a global one with all the regions, because right now Africa is the only region that we're lacking to be included in the SOP. If we have any questions or comments, we're more than welcome to address them now. If we don't have any questions or comments, then I think we can go ahead to the next speaker. Okay, we don't have any questions or comments, but in case if you will have, please feel free to put them in chat, or we can come back later. So the next speaker will be from the monitoring working group, and its coordinator, Claudia, joining us. Claudia, from where? Netherlands?
Randwijk.
Great. Thank you very much, Claudia. So Claudia will present the updates of the activities from the monitoring working group that we've been doing the last year. Claudia, you're free to share your screen and start your presentation.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Can you see my presentation?
It's loading. I think we'll see. Yes, we can see now. You can put in the presentation mode and go ahead.
Okay, I'll try. Yep. Okay, thank you everyone for being here today. So my name is Claudia. I'm a part of the 5% of the consultancy present in the INSOP membership. So I am founder and director of Lima Consultancy. And today I'm going to be here presenting our tasks or the development of the objectives that we defined last year. So you have an update of what we have been doing. So last year we had our meeting, and we had 283 registered members representing 94 countries. And on this meeting, we defined priorities and activities that were going to be our north for our mandate. The mandate is from 2023 to 2025. So the general objective of this work group is to advocate for better understanding of legal instruments that deal with prevention, monitoring, and or remediation of soil pollution. Based on this general objective, we developed 4 specific objectives or tasks that we would develop through the mandate. So the first of our tasks was to analyze and identify principles for addressing soil pollution. The second is to assist countries in reviewing soil pollution legal tools. Third one, prepare policy brief for gaps and opportunities we identified in the global scenario for soil pollution and regulation. And the last one was to develop soil pollution policies for countries that are interested. Most of our activities are developed in it's a joint development with the support of the SoilX. So SoilX is a global database that helps and aims to facilitate your access to legal information from different countries and also in different types of topics. So if you go to the SoilX database, you will have all of these informations there. So all of these links here, they are going to give you access to different topics. And our topic is pollution. So if you go to this topic, you'll see something like that. So for example, you have, we didn't add any country name here, so it will start with the letter A. Here you can see that from Afghanistan to Armenia, we have different, let's say, types of legislation that's uploaded in our database. And it varies from 1991 from Argentina to 2014. So now I'm going to give you an update based on each specific objective. So I'll start with the first one, which is analyze and identify principles for addressing soil pollution. What have we done about it? So we've done a campaign. We called it the first campaign. And within this first campaign, we sent an email to different countries with this Excel sheet attached to it, where you can, we asked the countries to fill in this Excel table, saying which is the thematic that they were going to work with, which is the country that they are providing information from, if it is a national legislation or not, which is the legislation that they are going to discuss, the date, if it is relevant or not. Then if you have new legal instruments for your country, you would go to this tab here and add these legal instruments for your country, and then you would send it back to us. So this is basically the document we requested for the countries to fill in. So what was the result? So we sent this email to 31 INSOP European Union members. So we focused this first campaign on the European members, but you see that we are going to go further and involve other continents also. So out of the 31 emails that we sent, we received answers from Czech Republic, Greece, Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, Ukraine, and Colombia. So Colombia was not based here, but our campaign reached them, and we are very happy to have also Colombia in this first campaign. So who contributed? So different members from different sectors. So you have Jakub Hoffman from Czech Republic, Maria Papas helped with Greece, Elena Leide, Paola Greni, Stefano Monaco from Italy, Alberto Amador and Alfonso Alvarez from Spain, Edwin Albas from the Netherlands, the Sokolovsky Institute team from Ukraine, and Lisbeth Manuela from Colombia. So we thank you all for contributing for the first campaign. And that was the result of the first task we had during this mandate. Now we're going to go for the second one. Assist countries in reviewing soil pollution legal tools. So we were approached by 4 different countries. So we have here Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Suriname, and Fiji. all of them approached us requesting help in reviewing their legal tools. So this the revision of the legal tools for this country is still an ongoing project. How does it work? The representative of the country needs to contact us, and after that we start a series of meetings to understand what is that they would like to update and how we can do it. And then through negotiations with within FAO and the governments, we start doing this task. So as you can see here, we have 4 different countries, but the world is so big, and let's help us fill in more countries here. So if you feel that your country would like to have this assistance, please contact us. The third task was to prepare a policy brief for gaps and opportunities that we could identify within the soil pollution monitoring legal tool scenario. And we got together with different experts, so Bernd, Bushan, me, they who, Ingrid, Reich, Paula Greni, Pia Kocik, and Ravi Naidu. We all got together and wrote a document that was submitted within the commenting phase of the soil monitoring law, and we focused on Annex 1 and Annex 2. So this is also something that we as a monitoring group, work group, do if we see that there is an opportunity. The last one is develop soil pollution policies for interest governments. Unfortunately, we don't have at the moment any tasks being developed within this objective. So if you feel that your country doesn't have, or if your government doesn't have a tool that is efficient or that doesn't have any tool to tackle the problem for soil pollution, please get in contact with us and we can help you. So which are the next steps? Yeah, so we will continue to develop all the actions we discussed here today, with more focus on supporting the countries to update or develop their legislation and adding this legislation to the SoilX. We'll also develop the second campaign. So we would like to reach more countries this time, to have more response from different countries to update the SoilX database, which is the biggest database on legislation concerning soil in the world. So that is something that we are focusing on. Yeah, so how? By sending emails and asking you all to fill in these tables and send it back to us. So that's it that we have been up to. If you have any questions or if you would like to reach us for comments and requests, here's our email, mine and Sergio's. Feel free to contact us. So that's it from me. I'll stop sharing.
Excellent.
Thank you all.
Very much, Claudia. It was very informative. I hope the participants here get a much better flavor and understanding what SoilX is all about and why it's important to update the database with accurate and reliable sources and legislations from different countries. Why we need the support of different members? Well, first of all, because most of those legislations that are now in the SoilX are written in the native language of that country. So if I go to Armenia, I won't be able to understand a single word. Hence, we need members from Armenia to help us understand whether that legislation is really into pollution aspects, and is it really active and used in the country? We started with the European campaign, but we're going to do it again with the European members, but also go to other regions like South America, Asia, Africa, etc. And the second thing, what we and Claudia mentioned that many times, that we always work with the government. And so GSP consists of its focal points. We have the focal points who represent the Ministry of Agriculture or the Ministry of Environment. And of course, we also need their support. So in parallel, we're also doing this task together with the Ministries of Agriculture and Ministries of Environment of all countries, so that they can provide us exactly the same information, so we can compare the answers that we received from INSOP members with the answers received from the GSP focal points, so we can have much more reliable sources and data at the end. Do we have any questions on this task? I'm just going through the chat, but if we have any questions, please feel free to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm also trying to answer them.
Yes.
While we are talking here.
Yeah, all the presentations, by the way, and as Natalia mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, we have a lot of members who cannot join us, especially in North America, although I see someone from California already woke up, and South America as well. It's received messages from New Zealand that it's too late, and we understand this. So everything is recorded, as you can see, and I will upload all the recordings and presentations at the end of this week. And so, yes, everything will be available online. Okay, we don't have any pressing questions, which is good. So, okay, we're flying. That's very good. Excellent. So the next speaker will be representing the remediation working group. And we have, as Ravi pointed out, we have two leaders from remediation working group, Scott Warner joining us from California. I do apologize for such a early wake up for you, Scott. And we have a second leader of the working group, Fang Wang, who is based in China, in Nanjing. Both of them are here and do a fantastic job. But Scott will be happy to present the progress of the remediation work group, what we've been doing over the last year or so, and the next steps that must be taken for next year. Scott, I can see already your screen, and good morning. We cannot hear Scott. No, Scott, although I see you're unmuted, but your microphone is not working for some reasons. We do see your presentation, but we cannot hear you yet. Oh, still no. What about if we, Scott, if you try to fix your microphone, and we can go to next presentation if David is ready, and then we come back to Scott after this, if that's okay, Scott. I can see you, so just let me know if you can. No, I still cannot hear you. Okay, what if we just go to David now? David, are you here? Can you hear me now, David?
I am indeed. Good afternoon, Sergius.
Good afternoon. Okay, Scott, we'll come back to you after David's presentation. Fingers crossed you can fix your microphone within 15 minutes. Yeah, and David, would you be able to share your screen?
I see that Scott is still showing his screen. Scott, could you...
Well, fixing those technical issues. I see the question from Talal in the chat. Talal, good afternoon. Happy to see you. Talal is our active INSOP member joining us from Lebanon. So Talal has a very interesting question, how a country can join the efforts to establish or update the national legislation on soil pollution. And that's very important. And once again, I need to emphasize that this all needs to be done through the Ministry of Agriculture or the Ministry of Environment, who is actually the GSP focal point. Talal, the first thing what you can do actually as to represent Lebanon in this case, right, which is a very important case study here, is that you can reach us to you can reach to us saying what are the major gaps in terms of the soil legislation, so we can make the meeting with our GSP focal point from Lebanon and present what active members of INSOP from Lebanon are saying, what has to be done. And we will try to persuade or convince the Ministry of Agriculture or the Ministry of Environment from Lebanon that yes, INSOP is ready to take care of that and support the country in revising either soil legislations from the country or develop the new ones. But we ourselves cannot do anything until we'll get the green light from the government of that country. So that's the procedure that we have to follow and make sure that the country. So same, for example, with Claudia presented 4 countries, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Fiji, and Suriname. These governments of these countries reached to us and said that, can you support us? And that's where INSOP steps in with its members, supporting them to either revise their legislations or develop the new ones. So, and we have to follow the same procedure all the time. Okay, does that answer your question, Tal? Yeah, okay, good. Okay, great. So while Scott is trying to fix his presentation, we have David O'Connor, who is working on food safety. He's the coordinator of the food safety working group. And David is happy to present us the progress of the food safety working group. I'm pretty sure that many of you contributed to that working group a lot through the Soil Doctors program development. And without further ado, I would like to give the floor to David, who is joining us from the UK, and brief us about what's going on in that working group. David, there you go.
Thank you very much, Sergis. Sergis, could I please check that I am sharing my screen correctly?
Yes, we can see it in full screen mode.
Fantastic, and it seems you can hear me too, which is good news.
Yes.
And so good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you're joining from across the world. And today I'm joining from Cirencester in the United Kingdom, and it's a very sunny, lovely day. So I'm very happy to be here today, very happy to give this talk on our working group on food safety. I was expecting to have the last talk today, and usually these events run over quite badly, so I thought I'd keep my talk quite short. I'm going to start by talking you through a summary of the activities. Now, there are 2 priorities in this working group. I'm going to focus on the second of those today, which is to support the inclusion of soil pollution risk assessment and minimization measures in the Soil Doctors Program. So that's the Global Soil Doctors Program. And this is in supporting land users, so farmers, in avoiding soil pollution. And this has been the main priority of our working group over the past year. 3 particular areas that we've been working on. The first of those is developing posters, so soil doctors posters. The second is in field exercises, which are aimed at farmers to help them to identify soil pollution issues on their land. And then finally, tailoring modules and exercises for soil pollution. So I'm going to talk through some of those activities over the following slides. To put that into context, so this is the Soil Pollution and Food Safety Group, and we're doing that in terms of supporting the development of training materials for the Global Soil Doctors Program of the FAO, and that involves revising and implementing the existing soil pollution posters. So there were existing posters. We went through an exercise to develop new posters, to revise and to develop new posters. We also went through exercises, we went through events to develop and implement tailored soil pollution training. So we'll talk more about that as well. And then there's the knowledge exchange and dialogue with farmers on pollution prevention and sustainable soil management. So key activities. So we've held 3 working group meetings over the past year. The first was a general meeting where we got together as a group, as a working group, to prioritize our activities. That was in December last year. And since then, we've also held 2 technical meetings, which was focused on the poster development. So that was in February and July. So these technical meetings involved moderated discussion in breakout groups. There were 160 INSOP members or members of this working group across the 2 meetings. So going back to that first meeting that we held back in December, this general meeting to prioritize activities, here we decided to focus on food safety related to 4 types of contaminants, so heavy metals, pesticides, plastics, and also weaponry affected areas or war affected areas such as Ukraine. We decided at this point that the title of the working group did not accurately reflect the work that we were doing. So we changed the title of the working group from food quality to food safety, because we are particularly concerned, as Ravi rightly pointed out earlier, the impact of soil pollution on the crop produce. So we're looking at how contaminants in the soil can bioaccumulate and result in a food safety issue because of these contaminants getting into the food chains through crops. It's also important for One Health aspect because of animals feeding on crops or feeding on plants grown on contaminated land. So we've changed the title of this working group from food quality to food safety. And during this initial activity, this general meeting, we had some really great presentations. We heard a presentation about the World Banana Forum, and they were discussing the use of plastics across the banana industry, how plastics and these mulches are being used, but also discarded as waste, and how that can impact on the soil environment and on the banana industry. So that was a great talk. And then we had a presentation on the Soil Doctors Program. So the Soil Doctors Program is part of the FAO and the Global Soil Partnership, and how the development of farmer-to-farming training has come about on soil pollution, and how we could fit into that and help support the initiatives around the Soil Doctors Program. So on the back of that, we decided that we were going to develop these posters, training posters. There were two posters that we were going to develop. The first poster was on what is soil pollution, and the second poster was on how to prevent soil pollution on agricultural fields. So these were two existing posters, and what we did was we got together a working group, and we split that group into 2 parts. These are called breakout groups, where we each considered the posters. So we reviewed the posters. We found out where the gaps were or where there were areas that needed some clarification. And in particular, we were tasked with making sure that they were presentable to farmers. So they were written in a language that farmers could easily grasp, could easily understand, rather than a technical jargon language. So we went through both those posters. I will show you what the outcome of those posters, that revision is soon. I have a couple of slides to show you the outcome. But we went through this technical meeting, and each breakout group reviewed the poster, looked for areas of improvement. We got a really good list of suggestions from the group from this group members, and then we swapped over and looked at the other posters. So we got a lot of suggestions, really good suggestions. A lot of it was around about the communication and how to improve communication to farmers in different countries. Also, what the important factors were to focus on, and what were some of the less important factors which were a distraction that could be removed. We also had a second technical meeting where we focused on field exercises. And again, we did this through the medium of breakout groups. So in each group, we had a number of experts. And in these cases, we looked at field exercises that could be applied in the case of farmers, or going onto a farm or going to a site and having an initial identification of soil pollution issues at those sites. So again, we were looking at existing exercises because there are existing exercises that have been published by the Soil Doctors Programme, and which of those we could use within the soil pollution sphere. But also we looked at creating our own or new soil exercises that would supplement those. And we decided to split that into two parts. So exercises focused on heavy metal pollution, so heavy metal contaminants, and then we looked at those that are associated with pesticides or POPs, those organic pollutants. So again, it was about reviewing, identifying, and agreeing on exercises that we could take forward as training material for farmers. So on the back of that, we have some key deliverables. So 2 posters have now been published on the FAO Soil Doctors Programme website and are being used in the field. I've put links to those posters on the slide, so you can click on the links when the slides are made available. We've also developed four field exercises, one on visual soil assessment, one on odour, another on colour, and another one on plant symptoms. Plus, we've integrated pH testing from the existing Soil Doctors Programme exercises. So I'll talk a little bit more about those. Here's the first poster that we developed. And here we decided to focus on the sources and the effects of soil pollution. And we really, when we designed this, we really wanted to put this into the eyes of the farmer to understand the impacts on them rather than the more general, wider environmental impacts. So we really wanted to focus on the impacts from agricultural inputs, the waste management that can occur on farms. And then so on the right-hand side of the poster, you'll see other sources. Some of those are huge sources of pollution, but from the perspective of the farmer and the things that they can influence or things that are influencing on them, we wanted to really focus on those aspects. So we have 3 classifications of sources: agricultural inputs, so particularly low quality fertilizers. So these are the phosphate rock or the mineral fertilizers that contain impurities such as cadmium. The overuse of fertilizers, so where too much fertilizer has been used, leading to acidification and toxicity issues. And then, of course, toxic pesticides, including legacy pesticides such as DDT. And importantly, low quality irrigation water, where land is being irrigated with contaminated water, and that's causing a soil pollution issue and impacting on the farm. And then waste management, we were looking at the aspects around farms and how they're impacted by waste management, such as waste dumping, sewage sludge applications, plastics, again, mulches or leftover plastics from greenhouses or other farm uses of plastics, and how that waste is impacting on farms. Fuel and chemical storage, so spills, as well as improper machinery maintenance. And then those other sources on the right-hand side. Some of those are big impact sources, but such as mining, which can have huge impacts on farms. So they're there on the other side, including military impacted areas as well. Then going down to the bottom half of the poster, the impacts or the effects. And again, we really wanted to link this to farmers and what they can see and how it impacts on them. So why would they care about this? Well, we decided to categorize these into three parts. So impacts on the crops and food. So contaminated crops leading to food safety issues and leading to contaminants entering the food chain, but also impacts on reduced yield. So impacts on the plant health. The second category is around animal and human health, causing toxicity. So that could be impacts on livestock on the land that are grazing, or on plants grown on contaminated soil, or drinking from puddles of water that are on contaminated soil, but also impacts on humans. So that could be impacts such as arsenic poisoning, and how that's impacting on the humans, whether that's the farmers or the consumers. And then finally, the third impact category is the wider environment, so considering biodiversity loss and water pollution. And then we had this second poster about how to prevent soil pollution. So what actions can farmers take to either, or what, out of the actions that farmers do, what are those actions? Are they increasing risks or are they reducing risks from soil pollution? So we've listed those. And again, we wanted to link this back to the other poster. So we're using the same categories around agricultural inputs, waste management and those other sources. So thinking about the use of pesticides, whether they're hazardous pesticides or whether using which could increase the risk, or whether using composted animal manure from a known source, which would be associated with a reduced risk. So it's about these good management practices that farmers can think about, can adapt to, or improve the management of their farm with relation to soil pollution or any potential soil pollution issues that might be on the farm. We then went on to develop the field exercises. So those field exercises around a visual assessment checklist. So this is where a farmer or somebody could go onto a site and start to think about what are some of the clues, what are some of the indicators of soil pollution that they would be looking for. So we've developed a checklist, which is a kind of a tick list with a number of factors around, for example, are there leftover waste plastics on the site? Has it been tilled? Is there been ploughing where it's put the plastics into the soil? So a number of factors that the investigator can go through and tick off to see whether there's any potential issues at that site. That can be followed up with a visual assessment of the soil color. So, for example, if it's been badly impacted by contaminants, it might have there might be some clues in terms of the soil color or indeed the odor. And these were linked into whether it's heavy metals that are the contaminants or whether it's organic contaminants, such as pesticides. And then we also have an exercise around plant symptoms. So we're looking at different types of crops. So the main crops, such as wheat, rice, and so on. And what are some of the symptoms that we would be looking for in terms of how it impacts on the plant and what contaminants that's associated with. So I've put a few examples on the bottom right-hand side of the slide. So within this field exercise, there'll be more crops and more symptoms and contaminants that can be used as a kind of checklist or a way of identifying issues that might be associated with soil pollution. And then finally, the pH exercise. So this was an existing exercise for agronomy reasons, looking at soil pH, but actually soil pollution is often, the risk of soil pollution is often linked to soil pH. For example, cadmium is the solubility of that species depends on the soil pH. So we've incorporated that into this into the soil pollution field exercises as well. So this was these exercises were developed by a team, including myself and Adelia and Balaji, as well as Sergius, who coordinated. And those exercises have been developed. Currently, they are being finalized for publication in the Soil Doctors Program and will be incorporated into that. And they're going to be used. They're going to be used out in the field. So the Soil Doctors Program, we're going to perform a soil training session, a farmer to farmer training session next January. So there's going to be 3 days of training where we will engage with farmer communities. And that's going to be performed in Trinidad and Tobago. And this will focus on sustainable soil management practices, soil pollution prevention, risk minimization, mitigation. So going through the posters, explaining what soil pollution is and the effects of soil pollution, good management practices, those factors that we put into whether it increases risks or reduces risks, and also the exercises. Going forward, we're looking at developing further materials tailored for Kazakhstan. So looking at POPs and pesticides. And then beyond that, we're looking at the impact of the war in Ukraine and how these weaponry, potentially toxic elements, so these are the remnants that are left over from the war, the bombardment of the soil environment, how that is impacting on soils. And so that's going forward. And then also, as part of that, there's going to be a seminar looking at caring for soil in war and peace, which will be coming up just shortly next week in Ukraine. And I think, yes, that's all I have to say on this working group. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Great and informative presentation. We're receiving very good feedbacks in the chat. So thank you very much for giving us a great overlook on the work that Food Safety Working Group is doing. And yes, the first trial and the first training of farmers will take place early next year in the Caribbean islands, in Trinidad and Tobago. And we're trying to expand and train farmer communities around the world in many different countries, with more foreseen next year in Kazakhstan and other countries. Depends on the resources available. If you have any questions, this is the time to ask them. I see that some people are asking how can we participate in the development of the posters. Well, everyone is invited and welcome to join any of those activities that you heard over the last an hour and a half. We're always, once we have a planning meeting, I'm always sending the invitations to all INSOP members. So the only how make sure that the invitation reach to your inbox is to register on our registration form, become an INSOP member, because otherwise I will not be able to reach out to you and invite to our technical meetings. And when I say technical meetings, is when we gather in the small groups together in the breakout groups, and we develop these kind of materials in a very interactive way. And that's when I say technical, usually we're not announcing this on LinkedIn or any social media. That's more on the only for INSOP members. David, can you stop sharing your screen? Or who's sharing that? Okay, great. Thank you very much. I see our moderator, Natalia, is back now from other activities. It's a busy day. As you can see, David said World Soil Day is coming up, 5th of December. So we have many ongoing activities planned. Natalia is quite busy. We're all busy these days. So Natalia, I would like to give the floor back to you to moderate the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergius, for taking care of the meeting while I was away. So I think we need to go back to Scott and see if the microphone now works so he can present the activities of the working group on no, what activities are you presenting?
Remediation. Yes. I'm assuming you can hear me now.
Hopefully yes, it's perfect. Yes.
Yeah, terrific. Yeah, let me go ahead and share my screen now on this one. And thank you very much for David, for your ability to come back to this as well. I appreciate that. And Sergius, for your quick action. Sometimes technical matters kind of, yeah, they come up in this business quite a bit. So hopefully you can see my screen now, and we're set to go.
Not yet in full screen mode.
It is not in full screen mode. Let's see.
If you have two screens, maybe you need to share the other one.
Yeah, let's see here if we can do this. I seem to be having, it must be way too early in the morning for me, I guess. It's about 4 in the morning here.
Oh my God.
Let's try, yeah, 4:30 in the morning. Let's see, let's try this one. And is that better? Do you see that better?
I still don't see it in full screen mode.
No. Let's try this.
Probably you need to stop sharing your screen and then share it again once you have. Okay, now we have, but you need to change the display setting because now we see the notes.
The next one.
Yeah. Okay. Let's try. I apologize.
Don't worry.
It is way too early for everybody. Let's try this one.
Yes, now it's perfect. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Sometimes it takes us a little while to get going here, but I appreciate everybody's patience. Welcome to everybody. It is a pleasure to be speaking with everybody around the globe today. I'm Scott Warner. I work professionally with a small consulting firm that does work global, BBJ Group, but also associated with the University of Newcastle Global Center for Environmental Remediation and School for Environmental and Life Sciences. And it's a pleasure to be with you here today from the San Francisco, California area. Today, I'll give you a short presentation on the update from the Remediation Working Group, working very closely with Fang Meng from the Institute of Soil Science and Chinese Academy of Sciences the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences in Nanjing, and really appreciate her leadership within this, and then a number of other individuals who have been part of this working group, including those that you have been hearing from today. So this is a brief overview of what we have been doing over the past year. But we'll start a little bit with a reminder of the objectives that this group had been tasked with doing that we spoke about a year ago. One of the areas of remediation practice is to make sure that we are able to integrate the sustainable management practices and technologies for polluted soils globally. And there is a special emphasis on the nature-based solutions, the sustainable type practices, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. And then most important is to strengthen the technical and technological capacities of these management approaches among the existing networks. And I think what we have found and will be finding, and as David was noting before, and others, that being able to share the experiences and share the development of different practices around the globe to those with different needs, whether it's farming, different types of agricultural areas, urban soils, is really crucial. And when we're focusing on food safety, as David was noting, it becomes even more important since the food aspect and removing the pollutants from those contaminated areas are of amazing importance. Back in January earlier this year, we identified the number of key activities that the group would be working on. And I'll go through those briefly here, and then as we go through the next few moments, you'll see where we have landed and what our future activities and tasks will be. We did have a discussion about sustainable remediation and some presentations back in January, and the goal was to develop criteria to assess how remediation would go within a sustainable program. Now it's important, and we see how this works throughout the globe, that there are a number of different definitions, and there are really no regulatory requirements for sustainable remediation. So the focus ended up being really on what is a sustainable practice. And I think that's the most important aspect. And as we've discussed, it's really about the risk management of those practices. That is the most important thing. We don't want sustainability to essentially degrade the aspect of risk management that we have to do, but using sustainable practices is important. And that discussion will continue. I'm sure it will actually continue till this entire practice is finished, because we still learn, we understand how to implement and integrate these different practices within our needs. The next discussion, and actually where most of the work has been performed over the past year, is on developing a remediation action plan checklist. The steps, the processes by which to move from identification of a pollution problem to a remedy and final closure, and back to bringing the vitality of that soil area back to full health. That is where we are currently working and have worked over the past 12 months, and we'll talk about that here a little bit more. And then the next steps are just at the initiation, or just at the beginning of those, and that is to prepare a survey among the members to look at the different identification of case studies and studies that have been both successful and those that have had issues, because we learned from those problems that don't go as planned. And then also continued development of a database so that these remediation practices are well distributed from a communication standpoint. Again, the idea of being able to communicate throughout the network and throughout those who will join the network later on, what the different experiences of the practitioners have been. So a quick moment to go back on this matter of sustainability and sustainable remediation. We presented this back in January, where we talked about the different key components of what a sustainable practice is, but not to confuse that with the idea of sustainable remediation, by which there are some guidances that have been developed, and I put a couple of those here on the screen. The ISO standard, which was developed in the UK, and then the ITRC standard, which was developed in the US. We don't want to confuse, and I think this is part of that communication aspect of confusing risk management for sustainable remediation. Of course, the idea is shown on the figure at the right, which will be in the checklist that we'll talk about here in a moment, the idea is to use as successful, sustainable concept as possible, where we're considering the social and cultural aspects, economic and the environmental aspects of a remediation, so as not to create a secondary or tertiary problem from our remediation approaches. But again, we don't want to replace sustainability for risk management. Risk management remains the priority. Number one, it is to reduce the pollutants and reduce the impact of soil, bring soil back to a healthy production. So that's still part of the discussion. I think as practitioners, we recognize that. Fortunately, around the globe, these practices are continuing to get more and more use, and we understand that, you know, allowing natural systems to actually do their thing, providing that the time is available to do that, is important, and also to make sure that, for example, from a remedial perspective, we're not creating a secondary problem. David talked about pH control, for example, for cadmium, and you know, the use of lime has been a practice around the globe. That's an appropriate practice and method to use, but we don't want to, for example, over lime an agricultural field where we have then a pH problem in an aquatic stream, because we can create a secondary problem. And so that goes against the whole risk management approach. So that is all part of the checklist as well, as we will see in a moment. A little bit about the history over the past year of this working group, just a reminder of where we've been. We did meet back on the 17th of January, now 11 months ago, and presented this idea of the checklist development to the INSOP group that attended. We had several hundred and a number of countries from around the globe participate. By early March, we had developed a draft of the remediation checklist and made that available to the INSOP members to review and comment. And over the next month and a half, received quite a number of comments where we reviewed every single one of them. Those comments were categorized, cataloged, and organized such that they could be implemented. We could review them and then revise the checklist. A revised checklist was provided to INSOP in September for final review, and today we can say it is in the final editing process, and we should be seeing that here very soon. A reminder of what's in that checklist that has been developed. And when we talked about it in January and now have developed it over the past year, this was we call it a 10-step program, if you will, but it's contained within 5 primary groups of activities. So all these should be fairly recognizable to you, but what we wanted to make sure is that there was an organized process by which to follow through. Now, we recognize that every site is different. Every site is unique. And so the ability to implement these different steps will, of course, depend on the specific needs of an area. Timing may be a matter, and the ability to actually get into them. But as we see from the initial site characterization, where we're after identifying a pollution problem, to final compliance and reporting, the goal was to try and create a very organized and sensical type of a flow that made sense, so that whether it's a farming site with no point source pollution that has been identified, or maybe a specific site where you've seen that there is a pollution, that you can identify the source. However you do that, this process should still work. So the organization of this should make very good sense. And what we then tried to do is identify the different steps and processes by which the process would be fairly well organized. A little bit about what we saw in terms of the preparation and then the review. So you'll notice that we certainly presented this in January. We received nearly 300 comments on the draft document from 25 members from 18 different countries. And I do want to thank everybody. I'm sure a number of you are on the line today. I want to thank everybody who read and contributed and provided comments. Some of you provided comments that were not formally received, but you sent us emails so that we can consider your considerations. All comments were reviewed. Numerous edits were made to the document, and then all those comments were, again, well received. And so we appreciate it. We received the comments through email primarily, and thank you very much to Sergis for helping us to organize what we received. This tabular format, and don't worry about trying to read this but they were all put into a spreadsheet where we were able to identify, compare, and categorize the different concepts and ideas and suggestions and try and implement them into the document. We revised the document. Professor Fang Wang and myself did the primary revisions. We sent this out to our working group team for their review and comment, and then it finally went to the FAO leadership for their review, for peer review. We received some comments, and then that was revised finally and provided back in a final document, which is now in production. I want to go through really briefly, more as a visual so that you can see what is contained within the document. The next 3 slides are taking those, if you saw those 5 phases, 10 steps contained in those 5 phases of the different parts of the checklist. On the right is what you see in the document, kind of this, a large poster almost, if you will, graphic. Don't bother trying to read that. You'll see that in final production. And what I've taken on the left side of your screen are the zoom in snapshots of what we tried to do to organize this into a checklist. So those 5 steps, pollution identification and risk assessment as the first 2. And through that, there's a process for each of those by which to understand how to go to the next step. Now I do want to make sure that we recognize that these are conceptual steps to provide guidance. Of course, every site, again, is different and unique, and the practitioners, the stakeholders may have slightly different ways to do this. And of course, it all depends on the data that is received and the ability to actually collect information and analyze it. But generally, this is the process that from the experience of many of us who have gone through this over the last 30 or 40 years, seems to have worked well to identify the problem, identify the risk management matters, and then move on from there. So this is that general look. When we move to the next phase, which is the remediation implementation, after you've gone through the identification and the risk assessment, there are a number of processes in here by which to identify and select different remediation approaches, understand if they can be implemented, identify the different types of remediation. Now, this is a short list. There are many others that are continuing to be developed. It does depend on the site-specific nature, of course, but provides, at least for the user who is not familiar with this practice of remediation implementation, of what to look for. And this also helps with trying to communicate to other stakeholders where you are in the process and where you're going. And then we go to the final 2 steps, which is essentially after the implementation of a remedial method, restoration and revegetation, if that's appropriate, and the final evaluation of success and monitoring, and then compliance. Because whether it's this is being done for under a regulatory oversight, or whether it's done for example, a food health mandate, or for example, for working between different countries who have different guidelines in terms of the health of a product, whether it's a farming product, for example, being shipped to another country. This provides a way to go back and say, this is what we've done to essentially say we've gone through the process to help remediate a problem, and we're providing you with a healthy product. So these are the steps. There's written documentation that goes with each of these steps within the checklist, and that's what is in final production right now. So where are we today? So we've gone through, mentioned earlier, the discussion about sustainability and sustainable remediation, focusing on risk management. The final document of the checklist is in print, and then initiating these second 2 areas in terms of identification of case studies and the database. That's the next step right now. Now, as David had mentioned, for soil doctors, there are a number of programs currently being developed to go out to different stakeholders and members who have shown interest in receiving training and trying to bring these concepts and the experience of many practitioners to those who are interested in receiving this type of training. The same thing with the checklist, and this all works together. We've had some initial discussions with representatives from Trinidad and Tobago for potential implementation of a training session in January, and then other countries, Brazil, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine, have also shown interest, and so there's discussion going on there, and perhaps Sergis can help us if there's any additional discussion there as well. So that's where we are right now, about a year into it. It's been appreciate the ability to work with a fantastic team of experts. And I'd asked Fang, if I know you were on, I saw you earlier online today, if you were available for any comments or also to help with answering any questions, please come online as well. So that's it. I think we've gone through our update for this morning.
Thank you very much, Scott. Very interesting presentation, and thank you for navigating us through the process of developing this checklist. Colleagues, any questions, concrete comments to the checklist or the activity that Scott presented? Please feel free to raise your hand or put your question in the chat box.
Yeah, we just have a question, Talia, from Jirigon Oloput on the chat. Another great presentation, David, but then it was Scott. Scott, how much support is available to screen locally adapted species of plants for phyto, which should include a significant component of students to strengthen the components of NBS to restoration? Do you have any comments on that?
Well, let's see. I think the primary comment, if I heard that correctly, was about using, or maybe I missed the first part of it, but here about using students to help with assessment. Is that what you read there, Sergis?
Yeah. Well, Jirigon, if you're here, you feel free yourself to unmute and have a chat with us and ask your question.
Yeah, I think probably refers to the use of locally adapted species for phytoremediation.
Yeah.
And if the checklist,
yes.
and if the checklist can be used for training students, but also probably other technicians on that use.
Yes, that is, in fact, thank you for that question, actually. And that is the goal, right? And that's the idea that every site is different. And I can't say that what I've used in California or Australia is going to be, perfect for a site in Ukraine or Kazakhstan or wherever it might be. The whole idea about the nature-based solutions, of course, is to use what is appropriate for that area, for that region. And the work to try and develop case studies. I recall that when we had our meeting a year ago, we had some terrific case studies. We were talking with folks in South Africa, for example, and that was a phytoremediation aspect that was presented. And of course, it had to be also climate safe, from the standpoint of what that climate and what the environmental conditions were at that site. And I think that's absolutely correct. And so the question is, yes, local species and local training is all part of this program, and that's what this next year into 2025, there'll be a focus on exactly that process.
Thank you, Scott. We also have another important question in the chat about the implication of soil pollution remediation. We all know that this is really costly, so that's why we are also proposing this checklist, right? To really assess if remediation is needed or if any other management approaches are better suited for that situation.
Yes, thank you very much for that question as well. Yeah, remediation is costly. And what we've also been seeing is that from the agricultural perspective, it's usually not just one small area of an agricultural land, it might be the entire land, because there may be some natural contaminants that are in an area that need to be managed and treated. That goes to the concept that this is about risk management, and an expensive remediation may not be appropriate for a given site, but the idea of the checklist is a way to organize those thoughts and ideas and put information together that provides a roadmap by which to make those decisions. So I totally agree with the comment.
Thank you, Scott. We have also a lot of discussion in the chat around the terminology to be used, particularly referring the difference between trace elements and heavy metals. And as Girjon mentioned, indeed, this is one of the things we have been discussing for many years since we started dealing with soil pollution here at FAO. And we agreed at the beginning to go for the use of trace elements because the concept is broader, it includes many others. So yeah, we need to advocate for the use of trace elements instead of heavy metals because yeah, it better represents what we want to address here. I don't know if Scott or Sergius, you want to comment on that or any other member?
Yeah, because every time we say heavy metals, and when we put arsenic, for example, right, we need to correct ourselves more about metalloids or than on others. But here, the argument here that the Girgon brings in the chat is very interesting. So if we use, for example, a quote, trace elements, what exactly shall it be referring to? Heavy metals triggers some response brought about by pollution. So it's also about the social aspect, how people treat the word trace elements and heavy metals. That also needs to be considered. So, but yeah, their agreement was initially like this. So trace element must be considered instead of heavy metals. And we're trying to promote this at least at the FAO. Scott, do you have any other comments to add on this?
Well, it brings up that risk communication is one of the challenges that we continue to have and face. You know, we're scientists for the most part. Communicating risk and communicating the chemistry to stakeholders in the public domain is a challenge, and it's difficult. And so we may have to adjust ourselves depending on who our audience is sometimes. But this is an opportunity to try and bring in a consistent language that makes sense. You know, some metals are actually important for us. You know, chromium is a great example, right? Chrome 3 is an essential nutrient in many ways. Chrome 6 is not, you know, but yet it's still chromium. So we have to, I think, work with that, and that might be one of the continued tasks for each of our working groups to work on with FAO and the UN so that we do come up with a language that does make sense and it can be used appropriately.
And
just to add,
Harvey, yes, please.
Can I add to that? The International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, IUPAC, IUPAC is what standardizes nomenclature and says that the heavy metal is both meaningless and misleading. So within IUPAC, they don't promote the use of the words heavy metals. And of course, arsenic is metalloid. So I normally say toxic metals because when macronutrients are trace elements as well. And there are some journals, they reject papers when the title includes heavy metals as well, largely from chemistry perspective. So the use of the word trace metals probably is the way to go.
Right. Thank you very much for that. I see also some questions regarding the the checklist training, particularly putting the focus on the African region. Maybe we need to consider to organize regional trainings. So we ensure that in terms of time zones, so we ensure that we provide trainings addressing the different time zones, but also some language barriers as well, as it may be the case in Latin America, for example. So thank you for that comment from Ghana. There is another question. Yeah, and from Andres, that the degree of soil and water contamination has been repeatedly diagnosed, but no remediation plan has been made. And what can be done? So I don't know, Scott, if the use of this checklist can indeed help to develop this remediation plan or remediation and management plan in that case in Mexico.
Yeah, well, yes, I mean, the checklist is not specific to any one region, of course, and I would say to Andres to maybe contact you and Sergis, and perhaps there's an ability to try and integrate what we've been trying to develop to that region.
Okay, great. I don't see any other specific question on this particular item. And no hands raised. So I think with that, Isabel has put a question. So Isabel, maybe you want to come live. This is a long response, a long comment.
Hi there. Thank you. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes,
I
we
just
can hear
wanted
you
to
well.
say, thank you. That Jurigen, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, had a question about utilizing local flora, local plants for phytoremediation research and how one can actually fund students. And I presume he means postgraduate studies, such as postdocs, PhDs, master's studies. And this is a main component of my program in South Africa. And so I just wanted to make a suggestion which may be useful for some of you elsewhere around the continent and in the world. For the last 25 years, all of my postgraduate students have been supported by a combination of mining industry funding. So far, I think almost 150 postgraduates have gone through my program at master's, PhD, and honors level. And they've all been supported by various industries that are also polluters. The majority of these companies have been in receipt of finance from the IFC or the EBRD or Chinese learning institutions. And one of the conditions of their loans for development of their business is that they have to manage their social and environmental risk. And the conditions for this are laid down, for example, in the Equator Principles. And one of the sustainable development requirements that's held in the Equator Principles is to disseminate scientific knowledge. And I can see Jurigen making a comment about a challenge with industry funding that conclusions are aligned. Well, that's where universities come in, because universities conduct independent research. And the results of that research at postgraduate level are independently reviewed. So the majority of universities, for example, their master's projects, their PhDs, are peer-reviewed and examined by 3 international independent reviewers, which puts the kibosh very quickly on any alignment with industry interests. In fact, all of the industries who funded my program and many others that I'm aware of are not too happy with the findings, but they appreciate the rigor of the findings and they're able to demonstrate that they are constructively characterizing their environmental risks and addressing their environmental risks. So to me, universities play the key role here and postgraduate research plays a key role. And it's really important for institutions in other countries to approach the various multinational mining companies that are operating in those countries, determine if they are in receipt of ISV or EBRD or any other loans, because then they have to comply with a suite of principles that also requires them to conduct scientific research. And that is one avenue by which postgraduates can be funded and obviously advance the science as well. Sorry, folks, I went on a bit.
Thank you very much, Isabel, for the comment and also for sharing your experience with getting resources from the private sector to support students. This is definitely an important approach. Also, FAO is trying to mobilize resources from the private sector because indeed they have a social and environmental responsibility that they have to comply with. And this is an open door for us to mobilize additional resources. So thank you very much for all the work you are doing, but also for sharing your experience on that. So I don't think any additional questions or comments.
Yeah, I think we have one more question, and it's a very important question from David's presentation about Soil Doctors program that really want to address, because I see based in the comments that people are really interested about what we're doing in the farmers training communities. And David in his presentation mentioned a few countries where soil pollution modules through the soil doctors will be conducted, including Kazakhstan, Trinidad, Tobago, etc. And for example, our participant Floriana from Albania said, how can we participate? I mean, Albania can participate in this kind of trainings through the Soil Doctors program. I think we need to, as GSP, give a bit of clarity to participants here how the Soil Doctors program work, because it's not we who just decide randomly to name some countries in our presentation, but it has to go through the procedure that Natalia, I think we can a little bit explain in brief, so that participants from many countries can know about it.
Yeah, definitely. So the Soil Doctors program, let me just share quickly the screen so you can understand how it's organized, but it relies on what we call the promoter. So we cannot implement any program or any training unless we have this national promoter or at least a local promoter. The promoter is the organization. It can be the government, it can be an NGO or a university, for example, that is committed to support the implementation of the program through the whole process. They provide the trainers of trainers who will then train the soil doctors. They help to contact the farmers. They also work with us for selecting the posters that are more relevant for that specific country or the specific situations in that country, and to develop or even translate the documents into the local languages, because most of the farmers in many countries do not necessarily speak the 6 UN languages. So we translate all the materials into local languages. And even, yeah, in some cases, even dialects. So this is the first thing. We need to have this figure of a national promoter. So we need to have this figure of the national promoter who will be the organization who will support the implementation in the country. And then from there, we can start on one side, working together to find for resources. The Soil Doctor program is not necessarily very expensive, but we need to take into account the cost of the in-person trainings in the country. So we need to mobilize the farmers to a specific location where the training will be conducted. So there might be some cost included that need to be addressed. The GSP has limited resources for that particular activity. So that's the idea of cooperating with the promoter to identify additional resources for implementing the soil doctors. So if you are interested, I advise you to visit the Global Soil Partnership website and the Soil Doctors program, where you can see how to become a promoter, or how to implement, even how to become a collaborator, because if you don't have resources, but you still want to support the implementation of the program in your country by translating the documents or things like this, you can become a collaborator of the program, and you can register and express your interest through this website. So I think if you click here, it should take you to the form. No, here it takes you to the poster that explain, but yeah, somewhere here you see the terms of reference for each of the elements or group of stakeholders mentioned here. And then if you are interested, you just need to send an email to the Soil Doctors program coordinator, and she will explain you exactly the steps to follow. Currently, if you see here in the implementation sites, actually we are implementing the Soil Doctors program in 22 countries. At this point, you see all the different symbols which represent registered promoters, collaborators, and the implementation site. So you can even register, and until the point we identify the resources, you already appear as a promoter, but we work together on financing the activities. And you can see that we have already reached more than 11,500 farmers in those 22 countries. So probably that addressed the question that was referring to the Soil Doctors program. So again, if you are interested, please contact us and we will work together with you to identify resources to implement the program. And with, with that, sorry, I have a lot of cough today. I would like to pass the floor to Professor Deyi Hu, the Vice Chair of the International Network on Soil Pollution, for briefing what we have gone through today, but also for introducing the speakers of the tomorrow's session. So Deyi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalia. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Clear and loud.
Yeah, dear INSOP members, it's a great pleasure to meet you all today at this annual meeting. We just had a very successful first day meeting. We have over 150 members attending this annual meeting, and we have 5 very informative presentations. Before we kicked off the presentations, the director of the Land and Water Division at the FAO gave a very warm welcoming message. Then our INSOP chair, Ravi Naidu, recapped our action plan for 2023 to 2025. Following Ravi's presentation, the assessment working group chair talked about the work in this working group over the last year, primarily building SOP for residual pesticide and also building the global database of soil thresholds. And then Claudia, the monitoring working group chair, talked about updating on the database of soil legal tools, SoilX. And then David talked about INSOP support to the Soil Doctors program, including the posters, field exercises, and the modules. At the last, Scott Warner talked about the soil remediation working group's work, mainly the soil remediation checklist, as well as sustainable remediation. Due to the limit of time, we didn't have a lot of discussion, but we had a lot of heated exchange of messages in the chat box, including the discussion on the term of heavy metal versus trace metal, and so on. So this is a very dynamic and very good exchange of ideas in our first day of the meeting. For tomorrow, the second day of our three-day meeting, we have 5 presentations. First, we have Arthur Fenderick from the European Commission to talk about the arsenic pollution, how to map such pollution in European topsoils. And then we have Kate Hughes from Ecology Data Bank to talk about risk communication, how to make that effective. And then Maria Helen from the joint FAO and IAEA Center of Nuclear Techniques. She will talk about the microplastic pollution, which is emerging pollutant that's drawing a lot of attention. And our fourth presentation is to be given by Pedro Cifuentes Ames from Latin American Network of Contaminated Sites. He will talk about the mining activities and the risk of soil and water pollution. The last presentation will be given by Houghton Tran from Kansas State University. He will talk about an important remediation project in Vietnam, which is about the military impacted areas and the dioxin pollution. I hope you will enjoy the presentations tomorrow. I'm sure they will be very informative and it will, again, I hope that it will draw a lot of discussion, dynamic exchange of ideas between our presenters and our members. Again, I want to thank you very much for attending today's meeting. See you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Deyi. Thank you very much to all of you also for participating today, to all the presenters, and also for an active discussion in the chat box. You are invited to the very interesting session tomorrow, and please feel free to disseminate also with other colleagues who may be interested. Just remember that we will post the recording and all the presentations on the INSOP website. So in case you could not attend the whole session, you can always revisit the presentations and the recording. So thank you very much to everyone. Sergius, final.
My final words, well, for today, because I will speak and moderate all the sessions tomorrow. So it's going to be an exciting day ahead tomorrow. And finally, on Thursday, the last day of the INSOP annual meeting, we'll come back to INSOP activities and specifically of the work that INSOP and the GSP before INSOP started, creating the technical guidelines on how to communicate, how to do risk assessment on soil pollution, monitoring and mapping of soil pollution will present it finally. It's been almost 5 years of work, and we're happy to say that we're approaching the end of the development of the technical guidelines. And many of you contributed here in this meeting, so we're happy to show that on Thursday. But before we disappear, I see we still have 126 members. I would encourage you to put your cameras on because I would like to have all your faces here visible so I can put the screenshot of all of you and use in my presentations to show all these beautiful faces around the world to show the progress that we're all doing together here. Don't be shy, and I'm still waiting for your cameras on so that Natalia and myself can take the screenshot. Okay.
Recién.
We're done.
Sí, voy a.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Okay, great. Thank you very much. It's 2 p.m. in Europe, so I wish you a very good continuation of the day. Good night to everyone in Asia, and good morning to North and South America. Thank you, and see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Idaho is early, so I am. Anyway. Hey, thank you for everything.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Beverly.
Beverly.
Have a good one.
Thank you so much.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank
you.
Thank you, everyone.
Fabulous.
Great.
Thanks so much.
Thank
See you tomorrow.
Thank
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for today.
Thank you. Goodbye.